Oh, it's a Murchie in front of my face. Like I said up there. Hi, we'll get started in just a minute. Just trying to do some shares. Welcome on in. That's a really good sign. That means I sourced the stuff properly this time. Yo, Captain, what is up? YouTube streaming is pretty new for me, so it's really nice to see some familiar faces in here. How is the sound levels for the music and all of that jazz? Is everything okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear the music? How are the levels? I need to follow you on my personal YouTube account. Oh, that would be so nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think YouTube is one of the ones that are going to end up being really, really important for the content, especially, you know, art is like half of what I do. But it is one of the things I have neglected for like the longest time, so it's definitely going to be a grind while we're here. Sounds great. Wonderful. Just what I like to hear. By the way, the music is provided by Lofi Girl, also known as Chilled Cow. This is from the royalty-free version. If you're a content creator and you didn't know, Lofi Girl, aka Chilled Cow, put together a playlist of royalty-free, copy-free music. If you'd like to check it out, it is in the description. It's right there. There's the playlist, and that's pretty much all you need to do is to put that credit that I have here in the video. And they did confirm that it's okay for Twitch and for your own YouTube videos as well, which is super awesome. And they also have individual download links if you'd like to insert them into your streams, like directly, instead of playing the playlist in the background. Of course, there's also all my other social media stuff, like my Facebook link. I do have a Twitch, but we're not going to talk about here on the YouTubes because it's this one's mostly linked to the family-friendly stuff. The Poiple's more for like the under the table fun times, if you know what I mean. But all right, without further ado, let's get into the drawing thing. Yeah, see what we got planned. All right, checking out this scene. Haro haro. Blah blah blah. Hi, mic check. Okay, looking good. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a streamer on Facebook Gaming. You can follow me at fb.gg/shenanigansofAngie. I also take commissions on Ko-fi. I'm just a little bit everywhere these days. For these streams, I'm drawing traditional art requests from my Facebook community. Feel free to chat with me. I promise I don't bite, at least not here on YouTube. We do have about 9 slots of commissions left. They are open. I know I had announced that they were closed like about a month ago. I was sick with COVID, but now I'm fully healed, and like with the transition of all the new stuff, like I can comfortably say that my commission slots are open. Under the table fun times, yes, Jay, yes. So from the description, what we have up here above me is one of my characters, Mr. Turtle. But David asked me to draw Mr. Turtle as a Bruno. You know, rats along his back. When he calls your name, it all fades to black. And I also happen to have another like little mini character that's it's a mouse. So I'm like, Mousy was on the side for the rats along the bat part, and I made it all green for kind of the like future vision slates that Bruno makes when he's using his power. So that's what we did last time, not here on YouTube, but last time for the leaderboard requests. And so the next one is a follow-up to that, with Blahaj the IKEA shark as Peppa, because anyone who knows Mr. Shark knows that he's a very anxious being. There we are. Hi, Angie. Hi, Birchie. Shall I do the shares and stuff? Yes, Jay, but at the same time, be careful where you share, because some of them are very specific to Facebook shares or YouTube shares. And I wouldn't want to get you in trouble. So just make sure that, you know, wherever you're sharing it does make sense. I did share on Twitter and the Facebook page. I think in our at the very least, tagging stream tags, and there's an art lovers role in our Discord that should help out with the link. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, let's test out this next scene. Hello there. Oh, love to see it. The chat is here. Good stuff. The arrow is working. The widgets are working. Just double checking. We can still get audio on here. The first couple days, I would assume like the first 5 days of me streaming on YouTube are gonna kind of be like super double checking all the audio levels and stuff. Didn't have a post and announcements. Right. David, yeah, if you could do announcements, and Jay, can you do stream tags and just use, for announcements, use everyone, because that's what the widget does. And then for stream tags, specifically do art lovers. That would be fantastic. Where would I be without my mod squad? Thank you. Speaking of which, J Prime, where is your wrench? Hold on. So yeah, we had Mr. Turtle with Mousy on his back, and we're gonna do Mr. Shark as Peppa. And I'm glad that David's here, cause reasons. Alright. Hello. J Prime. There's your YouTube. Let's copy this, and let's see if I can add moderators in the middle. I am confusion. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Jay, I'm gonna drop your link in admin so it doesn't get lost. Just letting you know. I think I'll have to do it after. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Looking good so far, looking good. So, first part of the traditional art session is we're gonna sketch a Dutch, alright? Now, usually I do them as Polaroids, but now we're doing... I need to shelve that for a bit. The last art stream was really frustrating for me that I made it private, and I just need to shelve it for a little bit. I did take pictures of the original one, but yeah, there were multiple reasons why the last YouTube art stream did not go so hot, and I couldn't. I need some space from it. So I'm starting also with the announcements of Team Cats winning on the leaderboard. For those of you who are watching for the first time and are super confused, how I choose the free art requests to do, because I do take commissions, so you can always order from me, but one of the ways you can get art from me for free, or one of the only ways, is to participate in my streams. I do mark down engagement, like who's there, who participates in the games, who wins, and all of that fun stuff. There's more than just like playing games on the Nintendo Switch. There's also just like particular streams that you chat in, like if my boyfriend is on and you are there saying hi to him, encouraging him, I count that as engagement for badges and stuff like that. And everyone chooses their own team leaderboards. Yep, and you're the first one on that slot. Actually, let's test this out. I didn't have to turn on stream element spot for Twitch. Can I have someone do exclamation Discord? So if you're interested in joining our Discord, choosing an animal team, and participating in this for maybe a chance at the end of the month to qualify for that Go ahead and hop in. Say hi. Share to appropriate groups and stuff. Jay, thank you so much. You the bestest. Yeah, I wonder. Let's see if it works if I do it. Oh, Jay. Ooh, and David. Okay. I do have it logged into YouTube. And then I do have this on. Is there something I have to do to turn it on, or is it just... Hi, Olga! Discord is enabled. So is Laura Lurk, merch, roll call, socials, and Ko-fi for YouTube, by the way. I just don't understand why it's not picking up. Just another thing to troubleshoot for next time. Let me make a note of that. Hoi! Okay. SE YouTube bot command. It's gonna be a lot of trial and error, if you will. But thanks for hanging out. Alright, so we have the basic shape here. Let's see. Since I wanted it to kind of be a set, so David asked for Mr. Turtle as Bruno, and then Mr. Shark as Peppa. What would Mr. Fox be? I don't think... David, did you ask for one with Mr. Fox? Like, whichever those were, I wanted it to be a set. So since this one was made to look like the slates, I didn't make it like a Polaroid. I just did like a basic border, so I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna make these basic borders. Alright, let's go ahead and... Oh, this is such a nice song. This one is called Snug, Dreams of You. Again, if you wanted to check out the playlists I'm using, it is in the description, courtesy of Lofi Girl. Camille! Oh, yes. That would be a great one. I was just more of like curiosity. All right. So let me pull up some references. We're gonna pull this over here because I still want to see the live chat on this side. Out of curiosity, can I... no. Regret. Okay. Regret is happening. I did the Stormy one. You need one more request for Mr. Fox. Oh yeah, you did Stormageddon. Dark Lord of All. And then, yeah, got you. Okay, so let's do... Yeah, Team Cat's getting 2 months in a row. Intense. I know how Mr. Shark looks. Let me pull up Peppa from Encanto. But Peppa, we're gonna look up, because Peppa likes to force her, like, oh yeah, I'm happy, I have to be happy, I have to keep it together. So that's a lot of, like, when you look up Peppa from Encanto, a lot of that is like the initial what you see. So Peppa, I don't know, frustrated. She gets angry a lot, or like flustered. Like the scene where she's like trying to find, there we go. Go Team Cats! No regret! Okay, well, I'm trying. We're here, by the way, until 3, so it's gonna be pretty casual. What about Mirabelle? This is a really good one. I'm gonna download Flustered. Yeah, this is a pretty Mr. Shark pose. I'm gonna put it onto the stream just to let you guys see the references I'm looking at, so you're not just staring at my pencil. Real quick. Encanto Peppa. Image. Should have done this beforehand. I knew I shouldn't have taken out extra image from this scene. What am I doing? Alright. So from here. Huh. Why didn't it pick up Hero? Where did you download? You are in the downloads. Oh, okay. All formats? I see. I'm gonna have to be sneaky. They don't like having a... They made it a protected file. That's fine by me. We're just gonna use this handy dandy widget over here. Who's your favorite Encanto character? Does anyone have one? I think Mirabel is the most, what's it called? Oh, wow. They really protected this thing. It's like blacked out. Are you for Rizzles? Wow. It's pretty good. Couldn't get a screen grab or print screen either. Let's try this one. This is a GIF. Let's do, instead of extra image, we can do media source. I need to rewatch it to determine a favorite. Did you enjoy it at least? Haha! I got you, Peppa. Clear skies, clear skies. Alright, but we're gonna need that to like stay on there, so let's loop it. Ha! Mirabel, Luisa. Camilo's great. I wish Camilo had more actual screen time. I hope that, and there was, I don't know. I think what would really like make it like perfect is if they made a follow-up TV series where they can spend like, we had this discussion, David, where they have like a longer time to like, it was enjoyable. Yeah, that's how I felt about Turning Red, TBH. The flower girl? Isabella? Isabella, your boyfriend's here. Time for dinner. Okay. Cool. So we can just scooch this over here. And for those of you who don't know, Mr. Shark is an IKEA shark. I relate to Isabella, but she comes across like way too harsh in the beginning, but it all kind of makes sense because she's the eldest. One thing that I did realize is that scene where they're singing in Bruno, where we don't talk about Bruno, and she comes down, it's like, he told me that the life of my dreams would be promised and someday be mine. Like, she's not actually happy with her life at that point. She's like actually miserable. So while she looks like she's like just jamming it up, she's actually pointing out that like Bruno's visions are wrong. Like with the context of what you find out later, and if you when you rewatch it again, like that scene is a little bit hits a little differently. Anywho's. Oh, Mr. Shark. Mr. Shark's gonna be rocking Peppa's locks. Okay. Mr. Shark is just round friend with a belly. That's how I always draw him. I could go for the fake it till you make it look. Because she's like clearly like, look at those eyes. Peppa's eyes are always just like, that's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. But like she's like forcing that smile with the clear skies, clear skies. So I don't know. Usually we go for an upside down frowny face. Aren't we not supposed to partake in conversation about the male by the name of Bruno? We're lawless. I sometimes do Mr. Shark with like a little, like, grin, like that. It doesn't feel right. Hold on. I have to always remember, like, to chill out when I'm erasing stuff on here because I shake the whole table. And it shakes the camera because the camera's connected to the table. But yeah, anyways, I hope you all are enjoying your time. Thank you so much for tuning in on the red. I'm just gonna have all of the colors. It's like Exodia. With all 5 pieces of social media combined. Obliterate. Clear skies, clear skies. Where's she looking? Nat says Crabigale as Julieta, and yes. Oh my god! Yes. Well, now I need to bump it down to make room. Oh, you know what? It's okay. Because this isn't cut out yet, so I can just scooch this down on camera and then draw Crabigale up here. Crabigale is the service crab of Mr. Shark on our stream, so I think that is very, very appropriate. Comforting her sister. You often see these two together for some reason. When there's one, sometimes there is the other. Oh, she'll get her own request? Oh ho. If you're sure. In time. So do you not... This is your request, David. Do you want me to remove the Crabigale on the Peppa head? If we're doing a whole series, then perhaps we should. Shower Power, hello! Welcome on and thank you for subscribing. How'd you find us? I'm Angie. Nice to meet you. It'll take time, but we'll complete Exodia. Exodia, obliterate. Did you want me to keep Crabigale in here or take her out? She'll get her own. Okay, cool. That works. We'll probably put a cloud or something. Because I'm seeing a lot of, like, empty space here. I had a feeling, I was like, who is it be? Shower Power? Have you been... I appreciate you dropping the engagements on all of the platforms. We're in the sketching portion. I'm usually very finicky about my sketches. Sounds good. Yeah, that's usually how it is around this time. Even on Facebook, Nick would come in and drop a like, and then I'd try to ask Nick something, and then I don't hear back, and I figure it's because he's dropping a lurk. Do we put eyeliner on Mr. Shark? How does one make it Peppa? Do we give Mr. Shark a... I love this request. Thank you, David. My money don't jiggle jiggle. It folds. I want to see you wiggle wiggle. For sure. Clear skies, clear skies. Okay, lashes it is. The dark circles. Oh, Peppa does have dark circles under the eyes, doesn't she? Oh, Mr. Shark already looks so tired. Yes. Angie, is that even a question? Why would you even ask if we would give Mr. Shark eyeshadow? We're doing both the dark circles under eye and the... Alright, there's a lot of like... There's a lot going on here. I'm gonna give the tum-tums. Where is Mr. Shark? Hey, buddy. I took a little liberties with the emote version. You do have gills. I always do this. I always accidentally leave so much room here, but that's okay. As long as it like, yeah. I'm just gonna readjust it slightly. Luscious locks. Now, how do we make it Peppa? Is that a bow? That's a bow. Yeah. There's like a knot here, and then it like goes down like this. It's probably gonna cover the gills quite a bit, but that's right. We'll move. Actually, the gills should be down here, so that actually works. Yeah. And you can actually only see like a little bit of each. A bow for sure. It helps make Mr. Shark look even more anxious because it's like droopity loopities. Let's fluff it up a bit. Lots of hair up in the front. V thick. I think I want it to like come up like about this much. We'll give Mr. Shark an eyebrow, I guess. To help add to the stress. The braid coming around the back. Yeah. I think like around here maybe. Maybe Mr. Shark has the fin coming up here. It's like holding the braid perhaps. So it'll like come down here in like little swoopity maybe. I don't know. What are your feelings? Just trying to like do the front section. You're just thinking that? Yeah. Yes. Okay. This is a funky fusion. And you know what? I'm about it. Are we gonna do all of the set in watercolor as well, David? Or are you thinking Copic marker for some? All right, Peppa, where's your braid? Show me references of your braid, Peppa. Goodness gracious, where is your foot? There we go. Peppa's so funny. Clear skies, clear skies. For real. I want to, but I'm at work. Oh yeah, who here is doing a podcast mode? I think lurk should work. I don't understand why it's not connected. I am live, so what is going on here? Chat commands. Custom commands. Discord should work. User level everyone. That's what I said. Save. I do not understand. No comprende. I thought I had it all figured out, but you know what? At least this time we have chat up, and that is much better. Can we try? Huh. Peppa reminds me of the early 90s Mariah Carey. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. So it does... Looking over here. How does it wrap? Okay. It's like... No shame in using references. There's a difference between referencing something and tracing something. And there's no shame in tracing if you're only using it as a learning tool. But I think there was a question on my Twitter feed the other day, like, what are the guidelines, or what do you think are the guidelines of using other people's work to learn? And I'm like, well, I mean, first I would just literally ask the artist what they feel comfortable with before you go and start, like, tracing their work. But also, if you're going to try to learn, like, anatomy, for instance, like, I would just, I would find photos and do that instead. Because, like, when you're tracing someone's artwork, you're learning their style as opposed to, like, so what is your goal? If you're struggling with hands, you'd be better off tracing different photo references of hands to get the basic shapes down, to understand how they work together, and then try to figure that out in your own style, as opposed to tracing someone else's drawings of a hand, because then you're learning the style of them, of how they've broken down those shapes, and everyone is still practicing. So it's kind of like you're missing a step in between even. And there might be a way that you interpret that you're missing out on, because you're trying to learn something that has already been, like, simplified into someone's style. Like, for instance, I'm doing a braid. The way I do braids are going to be different from how other people do their braids. I see different styles of braids all over TikTok and different art processes and stuff like that. This is cute. I like this. But I haven't done a braid with curly hair before, so now I'm looking at what the original of what I'm referencing, and then deciding what to do from there, if that makes sense. Watching and not lurking. You can lurk and still watch. I feel like there's a lot of, feelings about lurking. But that is something that we do embrace here on our channels. Because I recognize that, you're at work. My schedule is not necessarily the best for local friends. It's quite literally the middle of the day. It's like noon. So sometimes we'll catch people on their lunch break. Like May was saying that she was going to try and pop in on a lunch break. But, teachers on their lunch break, they're doing stuff. They're prepping for their next class, or, eating. I hope they're eating, relaxing, taking a nap. Sometimes that naparole is, like, so helpful, I kind of want to, like... Peppa's braid is super long. Engaging and not lurking. There is nothing wrong with the podcast mode, but whatever you want to call it, JJ, is all good with me. What is her tippity tip of her braid? Clear skies, clear skies. It's looser here, but because it's looser here, that loose bit's what's gonna come over here. Yeah, I almost fell into a dangerous nap earlier. It's so scary. And instead of, because her hair's curly, so instead of doing a, like, softened, like, straight edge, like how I'm used to seeing the tip of my braid, I'm gonna curl it a bit. I think this one's a little bit too exaggerated. There we go. I'm gonna make it longer so we can get, like, curls within here. Put the little flappity flap of the fin. The question is, Mr. Shark, where does... Okay, it's 4 gills, and then it starts here. There we go. Did I miss your comment about if you wanted to do watercolors and keep it the same? Or do Copic markers? I think I did. Let me scroll up. What are you working on today, though? So if you are... I don't know how to... If you do have me in podcast mode, if we are doing a lurk, friendos, what you doing? As Isabella... As Isabel... Is it Isabella? Phineas and Ferb? What you doing? This is so funny. Yeah, watercolors for the whole set. Yeah, I agree. Okay, great. Does she have a color of like what tie her braid is in? It doesn't even look like there is a tie. This bit goes around the whole entire thing, so let's make these curls on this side stand out a little bit more. One has to wonder, where would the hair and the parts be on a shark? I think we're getting there. Just braids the whole way down, yeah. Me and Gay-Jo, oh my gosh. Should we give Mr. Shark's eye color, or should we make it Peppa's eye color? And since this... Yuki, hello, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on into the YouTube side. Don't worry about it. Shh. Okay. Next question. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Did you want me to add anything else? I think if we add Peppa's like frills on the dress, it's gonna end up covering the gills, and this area is already super busy. But we can make this back, we can make it like a yellow-orange. But here's my actual question. So let's go ahead and take this out real quick. Okay. This is Mr. Turtle. It's basically a one-color set because it was like I made the slate. Do we want to continue doing a one-color thing for every single character? YouTube? Or did we want to actually color Mr. Shark in blue and then do the red orange hair with like the yellow braid? It almost feels weird to have Mr. Shark in yellow orange instead of Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox would be what? Camilo? Camilo would be also about the same, right? Because they're from like the same... Camilo, Encanto. And then what? Julieta. Julieta. Julieta is actually like a teal. Like a cool, like turquoise. But I'm pretty sure Camilo's like a yellow. Peppa is also yellow, but I think predominantly orange. Just throwing like thoughts out there. It would be what? Yeah, so it'd be too warm and too cool. Too cool. It would be like turquoise and green, and then yellow and orange if we wanted to keep it one color. Or if we want to be symbolic about it, the others are fully, completely colored. And because we don't talk about Bruno and they're ostracized, they'll be the one that is a little bit different from the rest, just like in the movie. QQ. Yeah, all the warm colors versus all the cool colors. Hello, Yugi. How are... Oh, I mean, I know how are you, but I mean, are you taking a little break? Are you doing your thing? I forgot my milk tea. Go ahead and let me know how you're doing, and I'm gonna go grab my cup of tea indeed. So yeah, we are at a fork in a road, and I think either of them would be interesting. But yeah, the only thing is that I'm concerned there's not going to be enough difference between my gosh, I'm spending too much time with Jay. There's a slight accent coming out there. There isn't too much of a difference between Camilo and Peppa unless I make this one really orange and then Mr. Fox really yellow. We don't sing about Bruno Mars. I love Bruno Mars. What's your favorite Bruno Mars song? Between? What does that mean? Is that like star? I'm pretty sure between delighted me so much. Ano? Too many hits, I know, right? Yeah, let's go to the FAQ scene while we're chatting. All right, Famarino. This is what we got going so far. This is what they look like from a little bit far away. I have to say, Mr. Shark is looking really cute next to Mr. Turtle and Mousy. I wonder if we can shove a Bobo in here somewhere, a baby Bobo. Knowing David's gonna be like, no Bobo. Between equal star. That's what I thought. What is there's a song, there's like there was a popular like Filipino song about like between, and I think it's like because of the drama or whatever. There was like, I don't know, telenovela equivalent. But anyways, yes, if you're watching and you're new here, for those who don't know me, I'm Angie. I'm a streamer on Facebook Gaming. I focus on family-friendly variety content on that platform. So if you'd like, you can go ahead and drop me a follow at fb.gg/shenanigans of Angie. You'll know it's me because you'll see a lot of the same paper, bubble, font, branding going on there. I used to be a preschool teacher for over a decade, but when the whole Panini hit, I needed to adjust to something remote. And so I've been creating content full time. I've mostly been on Facebook, but I am currently branching out. Here on the YouTube, you're basically going to see a lot of traditional art streams. How I choose what I do on these streams are based off of the people who are most engaged and, you know, give it a whole team effort. They're on what we would call the blue. We call YouTube the red. I don't know if that's like a Facebook streamer thing, but we call all the different platforms by their colors. I am also on the purple, but not as much. That's just for things that don't follow the family-friendly branding. Yeah. Why do you hate me? I don't hate you, David. I don't. I just tease. You know, I love you. Alright. When then the whole Panini hit and everything changed when the Panini Nation attacked. It was extra cheesy. It was. Cheese clogs up stuff. I would know. I've spent lots of time in the bathroom. Anyways, David, so what are we going with here? Painting color scheme wise, do you want to go with just solid monotone, or do you want to actually have me color Mr. Shark his colors and color them all like the full like RBG rainbow? And then keep the Bruno one separated like he was from the rest of his family for many years. Bruno deserved better. Bruno deserved better. Okay, so you can't see it, but David says if we do something with Antonio, we can bring Bobo in. I love that. Yes. Oh, but if we bring Antonio in, is Antonio also basically yellow-orange? Antonio and Encanto. Where's the music? Bring it back. Thank you. Oh, Bobo. He has a red scarf. We could do reds and browns. Antonio, like the... I mean, yes, he's still predominantly, like, yellow-orange, like the rest of his family, but... I think we could shake it. The colors. Wait, but they're all color. Which do you mean? One color for Mr.? Oh, one color? Or multiple colors? I'm like, are we talking about the set or the one thing? I don't know. Tell me the thing. Anyways, this is a good scene to be on because I do need to put the light table under, and the lighting and the exposure is gonna change because we have our handy dandy. I'm not saying notebook because that's not what we're doing, but we have our handy dandy light table somewhere. Hello? What did I do with it? Here you are. I got it. Reds and browns work. Yep. What are you saying yes to, David? I am confusion. Blink once. Wait, I can't see her blinking. Give me some rainbow emojis if you want Mr. Shark to be blue or like multicolored, or just send me a yellow. No, Peppa would be orange. An orange emote. Could we do a cloud? Yeah. Probably where I wrote yellow orange. Or I could just make it a cloudy background. Wink. Blink. You can't see why I'm cracking up. Here, let's very quickly go to the top cam stream so you can see what David's doing in the chat. I told David blink once. Oh, that's interesting. YouTube doesn't pull up the same way as Twitch or Facebook. Wow. It really wants to load in little by little every single comment ever made in existence. That's so fascinating to me. There you go. I told David blink, and I was like, wait, I can't see you blinking. And then David dropped these. I'm like, wait, yeah, the other one would be a wink. We can definitely have some, like, fun, fluffy rain clouds in the background. Well, this is all gonna be colored, right? I'm trying to keep it just to the line so I don't get confused with transferring them over. It looks like a croissant. Orange or rainbow, David? One color. Or, okay, hang on. Give me an whoa if we're doing multicolored Mr. Shark, or give me a winkety wink with your emotes if we're gonna do just an orange hue for Peppa. I'm like, oh, shoot. AKA the croissant. The croissant. David! David, you're just being troublesome on purpose at this point. Multicolored Mr. Shark. Okay. Croissant. Oh, I see it now. The oh. Alright, sorry, Mr. Turtle. Just like your role in our puppets and your role with Bruno, you have been ostracized. You'll be the only one without multicolors. I'm gonna figure out this cloud bit first. Okay. Come back. Come back when we need you. Yeah, it's gotta be like that. We could do a tiny cloud. Oh my god. Why are clouds so hard? Google, show me pictures of clouds. Okay, Angie. Clouds, whoa, stop shaking. What's shaking, bacon? Shouldn't be the camera. Clouds vector. Yeah, these are okay, good, yes. These are some nice floofaroofles. Floofadoofalies. I want to find a nice cloud shape. These are some nice cloud shapes. Very, like, Pixar animated short cloud. Much. Alright, let's put this up as a reference as well before we go back and rearrange. Here, I'll keep the credit in here. It's literally just a design by allfreedownload.com. PNG file. Extra image. Let's hide that first so I can adjust it on the screen. Okay. Gonna scooch Mr. Shark over. And boom! Clouds! There wasn't a cloud in the sky. No clouds allowed in the sky. Not Quebec. I'm sorry, David Harchie, with the phonetic spelling of croissant. 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 Oh boy. All right. How much can we cut off of Mr. Shark? I really think there needs to be at least this much flipper with how much braid there is down here. No clouds allowed in the sky. I thought I was over having all of these songs stuck in my head. Good gravy. Good gracious Ignatius. Croissant. Croissant. J, please. I think we're gonna need something like this one here is too floofy. Looks kind of like an ice cream. And if we're gonna be cutting off it like partial way on the right hand side, it's not gonna look like a cloud. It's just gonna look like something else. This one over here, it has to be something that we like kind of can cut off the right portion of it and still see it as a cloud. I'm not really feeling this one. Maybe this one, because it has like the trail bits on the left side as opposed to the right side, and the trail bits are kind of what help it make look like cloudy. But I'm actually thinking maybe the top left one. Floofy poofy. I'm so sad. I want the bot to work. Hold on. Stream elements bot not working for YouTube. Stream Elements and Streamlabs can't detect my YouTube chatbot. I've been using Stream Elements for the past 6 months with no issue. Working on commands. All of a sudden, the response messages from the bot stop showing. Okay. Click on the hamburger menu at the top left of your activity feed. What? In stream settings, custom bot name. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What on earth? There is no solution on this thread, and it was archived. What? How? Ah, YouTube, why you do this to me? QQ. I don't know. I feel like it's because I'm new I did something wrong. But let's see, chat commands. I got it to work on Twitch. Custom commands, they're all enabled. This one is in fact logged into YouTube. It picks up that I'm alive is the thing. They were like, yes, I have the red live button on my Stream Elements dashboard. Captain, are you here? Do you know? Do we have any fellow streamers in chat that know what's happening? Let me see. We tried out Discord, right? Let's do advanced settings. for both online, offline, open for everyone. And it's just my link. It should work. I don't understand what I'm doing. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? I am enjoying doing this process. What do we do? Fluffy cloud. Yeah, I'm leaning towards perhaps the top left or this one here that I'm poking. But okay. No cloud. We're gonna do the top left because it flattens like here, and I do want there to be a little bit of a like a clear. Okay, we're doing, yeah, there we go. Croissant. How did that conversation even go? Was it just like, Natalie, hey Natalie, check out this spelling, I did a croissant. A lot of the shape made here is all about the where it highlights. Floofy poofies. Literally, yes. Hey Natalie, come check out this phonetic spelling. And then Nat was just like, no. Nah. Was Nat like this? Like #1 hotkey expression, the like annoyed nah, or nah. Vein poppy out anime or annoyed. I just asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. Quite literally exactly like that. I'm getting badooped. Rookie move, me. Getting badooped and stuff. Oh, I'm getting tagged in food. Food. Ooh. #2, it was this one? Nah. I should have known. I am easily amused. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, known. You all can still hear the music here, right? Wait, can you? I am confusion. GIF. Desktop audio. It's kind of in a soft spot. Oh, there it goes. Here, I'll move it up a little bit more. There we go. Hello, hello, mic check. Or now is it too loud? I don't know. Lo-fi is really hard to balance because it has really like really soft parts. And then like it'll drop and get much louder and then go back to soft. Quadruped. It literally stopped as soon as I asked. Are you joking? It's up. It's fine. Okay, that tells me that I need to bump it up a little bit for its lows. That song was really okay. Wait, we're in the middle of a transition. Hang on. It's gonna go to another song. Hold up. There we go. This one is Sophie X Caspa. Contrasts. Yeah. It was the quiet bit, lol. Okay. But now is it too loud? Ugh, I have no idea. No clouds allowed in the sky. Yeah, I think it's gotta be like flattish. No. This dumb cloud. Like that? Okay, we're getting somewhere. Poor Mr. Shark. Even when cosplaying is just a nervous bean. I love this lo-fi vibe. I do too. This is the vibe I usually go for when I am drawing. I was just like, I had my hands tied with the music on Facebook because of all the copyright issues. And originally I was going to put this on there anyways. But even though it's copyright free, and then I messaged Lofi Girl, which at the time was still Chilled Cow. Yeah, Facebook was just too aggressive about it. So then I had to use Facebook Sound Collection. And sometimes even when I use the Sound Collection, I would get muted still. It was very hard to like dispute it, even when we had permission to use it. Yeah, it's like a rainy day sketch, a little bit of milk tea hot cocoa aspect to it. When I have like my me time and I don't want to like coexist in a voice chat, I almost always like go to this. If I don't like feel like popping on someone's stream and talking to them and I just like really need to focus, I put on the lo-fi. But this is like the best of both worlds. Here I get to like, you know, chat with all of you. And then I also get to, you know, have the lo-fi at the same time. It's nice. Because sometimes even when we do the Ko-fi streams, it's either like people put in their own music with the bot or I'm trying to listen to the different ukulele requests to make a productive use of my time, which is always a jam, but like I really do look forward to the art streams for this reason, you know what I mean? All right, I think it's time. It is time. We're back on this scene because I don't want to blind anybody. We're gonna transfer it over to some watercolor paper, which I happen to have underneath. Oops. Stay there, Mr. Shark. Okay. Nice, nice and settled. Okay. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna set Mr. Turtle on the edge. So I'm trying to determine what side of the paper had the glue on it because I don't want that section. I mean, maybe it won't matter because I'm putting an edge to it, you know what I mean? And then I'm gonna trace it and just use as a stencil. Make sure they're all kind of the same size. It's a little bit of a cheat, but you know. That's what I thought. Okay. And now I'm going to cut this with Tia, who we found. Hola! Oh, I gotta do this left-handed. It's me, Tia! Nom 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 nom. Delicioso. Tia's gonna go ahead and do us a solid and cut off camera. Nice. And set this aside. Good morning, May. We're doing some Mr. Shark as Peppa today. Are you on your lunch? We were just talking about how you were probably gonna pop in on your lunch break. Just matching it up to see and make sure they're the same size. This one actually has a little bit extra. And here you are. It's so good to see you. Oh, you're off today? What's the occasion? Or did you take off for your health? Hay nako. Kuya J is in here. All right. Yep. This is why we do this on the small screen. So what I did is I turned on the light table underneath. And then we're going to place the watercolor one on top. Yep. That's super blinding. You got worse, May. Oreo? Got you wanting Oreos. If y'all knew my real last name, you'd be wanting mangoes. Which is kind of ironic with how the mango situation happened. I'm putting cute washi tape to hold down the paper, which is much more manageable to do with something smaller as opposed to like the large Ni no Kuni one. The problem was the Ni no Kuni piece was so big that it couldn't hold my... It could not hold the light table wasn't big enough for me to tack it down properly like I am right now. So that way when I draw on this, the paper itself doesn't move as well. It moves with the sheets. Oh yeah, your last name is Redacted. Yes. Redacted. Redacted. Danger is my middle name, though. I will let you know that much. So I was thinking of getting Crazy Red Oreos and milk. If you're not feeling well, I would not suggest the dairy right now, especially you're coughing so much and it's like mucusy. Dairy produces mucus quite literally. So what I would actually suggest for you, you need to be eating well, first of all. So you actually, despite how much you dislike it, you need to be eating your vegetables. You need a lot of iron. You need your greens. You need like leafy greens. You need like broccoli. And you need like warm, hot teas, like a ginger tea or like a chamomile tea. If you're off, like, go ahead and sleep all day. Crazy bread? May, if you're not helping your body take care of itself by giving it the food that, you know, at least throw a vegetable in there. I'm not saying you can't have those things, but you shouldn't have just pizza Oreo milk. Probably, May. But in general, like, you know, and if you know you're like deficient in something, take those supplements. Mate, yeah, your options are all dairy. You're literally like hacking up along with like mucus and stuff. It's gross. You should, if you still want to have the cheese and the dairy, I can't stop you, but you should probably throw some like broccoli in there or something, or some carrots. Have you had some chicken soup? Have at least one vegetable. Like, yeah. Like what, the other day I was like, oh, I'll probably drop off some ice cream to David at some point. Nat and David to like share when they start to like feel a little bit better, right? But like, they're not having a full meal you shouldn't, David, have a full meal consisting of ice cream, cookies, and nothing but that plus pizza. Especially if you're ill. Alright? Like, if you're at the point where you're getting sick and nothing's working and you're not getting better and you're getting worse, it's time to like stop doing those things and like actually try to eat better. Help your body fight it off, you know what I mean? David! No, David should not consist of all junk. Not with that Nat's like, not with that attitude. Listen! I just want my friends to feel better, okay? Alright, hang on. We're gonna go and open up the Brio because this is still way too bright. It's a perfect brightness for me to see, but it's gonna hurt your eyeballs. So let's configure video and let's see what we got. Let's see what we got going here. We're gonna pull down exposure probably. Ooh, it suddenly got yellow. Hello. Wow. All right, let's do exposure auto. Wow. It's still super bright. What am I supposed to do about that? Here, brightness down. There we go. Exposure maybe a little bit higher. I just want like a background color that's not gonna make y'all like... All light blue isn't bad. That's too bright. I feel like that's a little too dark. This blue should be okay. Let's try out this blue. And then we'll come back here and readjust when we're in a different phase of art. Can I mark this? What is this? Add stream marker. All right. So now we're gonna do the outline. Fun! I like that. That's cool, YouTube. I can just put stream markers and then like help people teleport to the spot. Neat. Bulalo. No, I don't think you spelled it wrong. I think that's actually right. Okay, let me get rid of that. Oh, wow. My hand is so dark in comparison. All right. If we're going for a full set, I should be using colored pencils for this. Soup, that's much better, May. Yeah, I agree with that. You can definitely have some soup. I did in fact find a blue colored pencil. What are the other color pencils I would need for this? Probably brown. Peppa's hair is red-orange, but for the line art, you're gonna want to go a step darker or lighter, depending. Oh, you know what? This is probably gonna be a better blue. We'll keep them both on hand just in case. As a shade or a highlight, and you kind of have to like predict that as you're going through with it. Babakaing gana. Yeah, that sounds good. As far as what I've had to eat, I did eat before stream this time. So I actually made spinach omelets with extra spinach. And then we had it with like some green Tabasco sauce. And I had tea. Jay, it's Prime Day. What discounts are you offering? Oh my god. Wait, it's Prime Day? Like Amazon Prime? Am I misunderstanding? No clouds allowed in the sky. No clouds allowed in the sky. Bruno walked in with his mischievous grin. I'm missing like a lot of colors from my colored pencil set. Okay, hang on. I think there might be another spot over here. Nope. Cool, good to know. This is what happens when you clean. You can't find anything. A 5-finger discount. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually put some nice colored pencils on my wish list. I think I'll do that now. Watercolor pencils versus colored pencil. Oh, wow. I was just about to say, I didn't find my colored pencils, but I found this nice, like, green gold pen that I think would do really well for, like, the bow and stuff like that. And this is a waterproof marker pen as well, so we could do a little bit of mixed media. But as I was, these are made in Germany, and they're also waterproof. So you could put it down first and then paint watercolor over it, and then it would maintain its shape. But I'm reading here, like, I'm considering, like, do I get just watercolor pencils? Or, because the way I'm using them is I want things to resist the watercolor I'm adding in, because I'm using it for line art. And then they were saying, that being said, some of the higher end Faber-Castell, which is the same thing I'm using right now, are creamy enough to be used both with and without water, as long as proper care is taken in using them. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I think based off of this, because people are using the watercolor pencil as just an easier way to lay down color and then add the water, and then it makes the watercolor, like, paint pigment. I think I would just be looking for literal colored pencils. Because I'm looking for a little bit of that wax resistance to make the, to make it. But, I mean, we'll see. There's no harm in trying both and then readjusting my process, you know what I mean? But I think for right now, this is what's gonna work for... And I happen to also find a gray, which will help with the cloud. So we do have enough to outline things at the very least. Allegedly. And plausible deniability. I'm here for mixed media. What happened? What? Not in any recorded format. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna sharpen these up real nice and good. Our dear friend Kai, the green sharpener, has lost his eyeball. We're gonna wiggle, wiggle. It doesn't fold. That one passes. I wanna see you wiggle, wiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. Alright. Nice and sharp points. Alright. Here we go. For sure. I wanna see you dribble, dribble. You know. Alright, we got Peppa up here for reference of color palette. Again, I'm gonna go a little bit darker. There we go. Then, or sometimes just right on the money. Poor Peppa. I always like to start with the eyes. When I bend down, you're not seeing like my hair or anything, right? I used to have that trouble when I first started on Facebook. What color are Peppa's eyes? What color are Mr. Shark's eyes? Mr. Shark's eyes are actually brown. Yeah, she has a very heavy liner on the bottom too. I'm gonna go thicker at the top. I used a little bit of I used a just straight up black permanent Sharpie for the pupil. Because if I'm going to color this in as brown, and then like paint brown, it's just gonna be a mesh. I kept this part cut. But maybe I shouldn't, because I think that the actual highlight is gonna be around here. I'm just gonna like gently mark this, and that's where we're gonna do some frisking first. I think it's gonna be more of an effective one if I bring it all the way up here. Plus it makes Mr. Shark Peppa look a little bit more sad. That's fine with me. Just the way you are for the Bruno Mars answer earlier. Nice. Did you literally go and like listen to a bunch of his songs so you could give an answer for that? It's funny. Okay. Okay. So right now we're just line arting. Just taking my time. Deciding which line should be what color. Going a little bit lighter. And by lighter I mean the pressure. Because I'm creating line art, it just, if you've watched me do my digital art streams before, I would just focus on the line weight. And then I would go in and alpha lock it and color some of my lines. But I can't do that in traditional. So what we're doing here is before I'm doing it, trying to envision what I want later, right? And then just going ahead and doing those steps and color. It's gonna look really weird and mismatched as we're doing this in colored pencil. But at the end of the product is gonna look a lot nicer as we start to add the colors in that blend in with the lines. The thing I'm really focusing on is long-term vision of what I want the final to look like, as well as pressure. surface pressure. I'm just kidding. Like actual like pressure of how hard I'm doing it. So like here underneath as a light source, this is darker. So it's gonna be thicker. This one is closer to where I want the light source to be. So I'm gonna be lighter. You can barely even see it on the camera, how light I'm basically just like gently caressing the paper with the colored pencil. Drawing is just the relationship of your hand with the paper. I almost feel like in a very like a strange way, it's like literally feeling like a connection with your piece. I think that's a little bit more of a, I guess the most, what's the word? Sentimental I've gotten with these art streams. Like, you know, it's a very concrete, usually I'm like, you can do this and that with, you know, if you keep this into consideration, you can do this. It's like very analytical, scientific, but there is definitely a connection an artist has to what they're doing. It's almost like as you're doing it, your creation is coming to life. And the more time and care you take into putting that, I think the more organic it's going to end up being at the end. Like, it's important to know your technical terms behind it too, but it is an art, and that part is like the self-expression, right? Just cycling the playlist mentally. Sounds good, sounds good. Like here, the hair, I'm putting a lot of that like relationship with the piece in it. I'm like trying to think and feel where, if I start the lock from here, where's the natural curve going to go? Actual factuals. Faux show, faux show. And sometimes if you want a little bit more definition behind places too, I thicken that line up as well. So even though these up here are lighter, this one's going to be somewhere in between because I want this lock of hair to be separate from this lock of hair and this lock to be separate from here. So sometimes you're gonna see me go back and forth just to like feel the shape without making a mark to see if it like makes sense. I did a lot of that with the carryover braid going behind. So braid going in just to see if that like made sense or not. Clear skies, clear skies. I need like a... Do I have a yellow? Oh, well, I mean, I guess I can use this. That mustardy yellow I was talking about. Let's see the color. Oh, it's a nice bright yellow. But because it's a different medium, it's going to look different as well as we're doing it. Right? This is the first time I'm going to be doing this. It's an Indian ink, high light facetness, acid-free, permanent waterproof. So yeah, I should be able to, in theory. And that's kind of the nice thing about transferring over your lines. If you mess up, yeah, it's annoying and you have to start all over again, but it's not like you're messing up your original. Kind of like what I had to do if your lines are clear enough for you to see, at least. And that's part of what got me really upset last week was that I don't typically like my artwork, but I really liked the sketch that I did for the Ni no Kuni piece of my characters. It was like the first time I actively liked my artwork in the past like decade or so, like actually creating something that I enjoyed. And I had to destroy it kind of like in part of the process. I mean, it still looks fine, but like there's no way I'm ever gonna get like those original sketch lines back in the way that it was. And then between like chat not working and then like me having to step away, it was just like a lot, you know? I'm still kind of grieving that piece a little bit, so this is a nice change of pace. Thanks, May. Ooh, you're gonna get food along with it? Nice. How I kind of learned to get away from it is actually it's like I'm kind of not. It's like avoidance of like the sheer unhappiness of like your art, you know? But it's kind of like, ooh, nice. I want to blend these together a little bit for the line art. I really like how that looks. You know, I think it's more foundational. It's not even just about the art. It's like a way of living, a way of being like so overly critical of everything you do that like you're never truly satisfied. But it's that like double-edged sword, you know, where it's like, well, because of that mentality, look at how nice that gradient is, by the way. But anyways, because of that mentality, you get to nitpick your things so much to the point where your growth pattern is off the roof. You look at like past work and you're like, wow, I can't believe I did that like a month ago and here I am now. So it's like I do have pride in the progress, in the like the sheer like how quickly like I'm improving, but also it's sort of like at the back of my head I'm like, I used to draw so much every single day that I feel like I'm catching up with my past self. In some ways I'm like, I'm pretty sure like I knew how to do this before, but back then I had Photoshop, and so anytime like an artist has to transition to using a new program or something like that, there's always like little things to like learn and to get used to. That's not necessarily speaking of the skill of the artist, but also just like getting used to something new, just like how I'm trying out new platforms. And a lot of this past like week or 2 weeks have literally just been like me trying out something new every day. There's like no control. If you're talking from like a scientist like point of view, an analytical point of view that's like looking at it, like it's very difficult to keep tabs of where you are and your progress when so much of your surroundings are changing, your tools are changing, that there's no control group for you to compare at all. And then that really like messes with your mind space, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, am I literally not improving, or is it because I'm trying to figure out brush settings for Procreate? Or like even my traditional stuff, like I have my process, but again I'm like, oh, am I not really improving, or am I just missing like 3 colors that I usually would use, or I'm using new watercolors now, so adapting to learning how to use that. But sometimes we need to like, you know, we say a lot in content creation, like the comparison game is going to be one of the biggest enemies of your mental health. And when we say as content creators, like streaming is so hard, creating content is so hard, a huge chunk of that, a huge fraction of that is, well, one, first of all, tangent. There's a lot of things that go into putting on a show on any platform, and there's so much behind the scenes and learning how to do things that you don't see when someone says, okay, I'm gonna go live and press go live. Like yesterday I was off, but I wasn't really off. I was off, but then it was like catch up and like trying to like brainstorm and take notes and like, you know, learn things, set things up so hopefully that they work when you're on. It's a lot. I did a lot of YouTube research and trying to figure out what went wrong from last week to hopefully have a smoother go this week. And I do feel that. So, I mean, that's nice. But, you know, none of that is public. You don't see the struggles behind doors unless you're like a moderator for that person or you're like on that team, whether you're like the editor or whatnot, you know. Oh, thanks, Jay. I do appreciate that. That's a wonderful compliment. Thank you. But yeah, the other part of what makes streaming difficult, and the huge chunk of it, is actually the mental health. Like, why am I going live? Is it to go live for the sake of content creation, for a message that I have to share, for showcasing something? Is it that, you know, I'm working a lot on, you know, mental habits that, you know, as much as I love the chat, as much as I love the community, like how much of it do I lean towards their company instead of working on it like internally? How much am I comparing to other people? You know, and that's like very, very real. You know what I mean? And that's like the hardest part. And I think that no matter what industry you're in, that's always going to be the hardest part. But with streaming and content creation, that's going to be in your face 24/7. Gonna, you know, like, and as much as like the community is great, you still have to work internally to address those issues. Otherwise, when life happens or, you know, people get busy, you're gonna get super messed up if you're not continuing to work on those things outside of stream. Outside of, and whether it's like, you know, you're more of like a creator here on YouTube that doesn't do live streaming, but you like record your content and you put like countless hours into editing your stuff. 100% emoji. Yeah. It's rough. It's always gonna be rough, no matter what you do. But yeah, I do worry about myself, but also like other people who do streaming content creation for that. Like, they're like, oh, and finding all of you has like helped me feel better about myself. That's fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, what happens if your insights start to dip? Where is your foundation? You know, and it might not be because of anything you did. It might just be a slow season. People have school, people have work, things happen. You know, finances change. Elbow cough. Oh, are you trying to see which emojis work? The octopus works. That's so fascinating. Elbow cough? That looks like a dab to me. I can see it on the chatbot for the YouTube backend, but not on the widget. Interesting. Yeah, definitely keep testing things out so, you know, we're more aware of things. I feel like even though we've had a 2-year anniversary, I feel like I'm starting new from the ground up again. And that in its own has been like really frustrating. Just because it's like, I don't know where anything is anywhere other than Facebook. But yeah, it's really nice to ironically bring up that line. It's really nice to have like familiar faces here supporting me as I'm trying something new. You know, they do really say like your community is going to support you and follow you wherever you go. But you know, I do understand hesitancies across the board of like what people are comfortable with, and I wouldn't want to like ask them to do anything they're uncomfortable with, whether it's trying out Twitch or coming over here and viewing a YouTube video. Part of the reason why I decided to go on YouTube actually was I think that, you know, everyone has like a Google account, right? So your Google account is your YouTube account. So it kind of has like the same essence of Facebook, and the fact that it's like, if you have Facebook, you're going to be logged into Facebook like 24/7. You don't really have to like download a separate app and open it up for the purpose of looking at a live stream. Honestly, Angie, I always feel like I'm better as a modder supporter than I am as a streamer. It is done, May. You know, Jay, you have a lot of skills, you know what I mean? And I think, again, like, it's that artist thing, right? It's the streamer mentality is also very much the same. Artists are not going to feel like they're really, like, putting out their best work, even though someone looks at it and goes, oh my god, wow, amazing. You know, like, oftentimes we'll open up the shops and we'll do that and we'll put ourselves out there and we have a front of going, oh yes, like, buy my art. This is what I've got, you know, because you have to. Otherwise, if you're sitting there going like, oh, I don't think I'm good enough, like, people are going to pick up on that. And it also reflects in your art, you know, when it comes to, which is why I shut down the art stream last week. I was just feeling so poopy about myself that I was like, I don't want it to ruin this piece. You know what I mean? Because it'll pick up on how your lines are, how confident you are. And that's the same thing too with content creation. It's like when you're live on stream, you put your best foot forward, you put that front out there, but inside, I think all of us are kind of like, I wish I could be like so-and-so, or like, wow, like, these are the people I look up to, and you keep them in the back of your head, and you're like, if I had this much energy, or if I was as raw as this person, or, you know, if I could do this Mario Maker level like this person, or like if I could engage the chat like so-and-so. But really, no matter what you do, it's about finding your own light. Anything that you do, it's like, how am I going to put my mark on what it is that I do, but like at the same time not like feel this like soul-crushing defeat on the inside while putting on like this facade. And that's so difficult, you know? It's so difficult. Anyway, that's my long-winded way of being like, hey, you know, I get it. You... When you're out there on the camera, you sometimes feel like it's like, man, what the heck am I doing? And then when one thing goes wrong or another thing goes wrong, whether it's a technical bug or whether it's like, you know, one thing or another thing. But I will say, Jay, that you have fans at least in the Shenanigans household. I can't speak for other people, but I can speak for myself, is that anytime I see you go live and I am actually free, there's not like a you know, I'm the first one to hop in there, not just because you're my friend, but also I think that you have a really great energy. Your layout is super like put together. It's a very like on point, very clean but professional, and you try your best to like put that out there, and it's very, very apparent that you put your heart into and your soul into everything that you do. Oh my gosh, no, I was just thinking when I put you on the TV, right, Jay, and I was like taking pictures of it and sending it to you, I was like, man, this looks so cool. I didn't know that people could do that. And then it put my layouts into a new perspective where I was just like, oh, like if someone put my stream up on there, it's not gonna look as clean as Jay's, because you don't have your chat up on there. But like if for like Facebook Watch, by the way, you can do that. You can screencast it onto your TV. Just like there is a Twitch app on most consoles. Marcus put you up using the Xbox. So it's called the Facebook Watch app. And so you download that and you can look me up. Or if you have it on the phone, you can cast it through the Facebook Watch app and put it on the TV. And I'm pretty sure, I think YouTube is better suited for that. Imposter syndrome is so rough, especially for, yeah, imposter syndrome, like 1000%. And it's just like, it's that Hamilton song, right? Like, will we ever be satisfied? I don't know the answer to that. But part of that dissatisfaction is what pushes us better and better. And I don't know, maybe until we get to the point where our imposter syndrome isn't like so crippling, we can look at the journey and the road marks of the journey. Because I can even say, like, you know, for me, like looking back like 1 year or 2 years or months, like there is improvement there, and that is something to be proud of. And I'm sure that's the same for you too, Jay. What, bruh? Well, this one does. But I mean, like, I was thinking, like, you know, okay, like, it has to be very multifaceted and trying out new things and deciding what to keep, what to cut. And sometimes what you cut isn't gonna always go well with your community, or, you know, you yourself might miss it. But sometimes it's for the best. Whether people see it or not. It might reflect something on the insights on like an invisible thing that your community can't see, but you do, and it makes a huge difference. You know what I mean? All right, what are we gonna do with what am I gonna do with the mouth? Hi, honey. Are you okay? Am I being too loud? No. The honey bunny is here and just wanted to say hi. I'm drawing Mr. Shark as Peppa from Encanto. Because we have Mr. Turtle as Bruno with Mousy as the rat behind its back, and then David's like, you can do Crabigale as Julieta, and then Mr. Fox is Camilo. So it's gonna be like a whole series. Yeah, you can have Mr. Shark. Just bring him back for Mario Kart later tonight on Facebook. Jay's yelling, Marcus! I don't know if you heard him, but he said hello. He stole Mr. Shark and is hugging him. Are you upset I gave him a Peppa wig? Yes. Oops. Anywho's. Continuing on. So here, that kind of just looked like just a whole bunch of mesh of lines, which is not gonna fly for me. What is it that I don't like? Well, there's no separation, so I'm gonna work on the line width, or the line depth. What is the actual term for that? Line weight. That's the one. You would think I would have the terms down, considering I say it like every art stream as I'm doing it. I sound like super repetitive, but it's also like part of like my process. I think that's also like where a little bit of my autism shows. It's like I have to do it in my routine in the way that I know it. I have to run the script. I have to verbally tell myself each time. I have to have my lo-fi. I can't do it if I don't, you know, have like my core like art set up, because it's not what's comfortable to me if it's missing. Here's your IKEA bucket hat, Marcus. He's trying to use the ruler. He was trying to use Regina to like poke behind me and like so he doesn't bother me. Are you just collecting the sharks in the background, Marcus? What are you doing? Anyways, the braid on the inside is going to have more shadow, so we're going to darken this up a bit. Again, Peppa's hair is not brown, but the darkest parts of it will be brown because it's going from orange to sorry, Marcus is distracted. Yes, honey? What are you doing? Where are you going? Honey, what are you doing? I love you. And that was a successful close of the door. You could have just said you wanted me to say I love you. You goober. I want it to like be a little bit of a squiggly line so it shows a little bit of the texture in the hair. Even though the curly hair is like pulled into the braid, it still does have texture to it. And that is admittedly something I have not practiced before, and I want to get better at having a little bit more like inclusivity in the designs that I do. But I'm not going to be great at executing those things until I get more practice doing it. So, sorry, Mr. Shark. I apologize. Apologize. Hi, Coconut. Welcome on in. These are very specific requests that I'm doing from my Facebook community here on YouTube. Hope you enjoy. I am quite literally making an IKEA Blahaj shark as Peppa. Enjoy your lunch, May. Eat up. How'd you find us, Coconut? Do you know me from elsewhere? Do you know me from TikTok, Twitch, or Facebook? Or were you just popping on by on the YouTube and seeing what's up? We're gonna do the little... feel free to tell me about yourself. What kind of content do you like to watch? What brings you over here? No croissanting here. There we go. We were able to fit that cloud. Good stuff, good stuff. Hi, Beth. Beth, do me a favor. Can you drop your YouTube channel? I know you did that before, but can you do it in admin? Because I lost it through all of the like talk of your commission that I'm gonna work on Sunday. So if you'd like to see me make a PNG tube of our dear Beth and a bear onesie, that will be from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Discord. You can tune into those only if you are a Ko-fi subscribers, and that will be digital art, not traditional art. So for my digital art streams, like it says on the overlay, subscribe on the Ko-fi. It'll be ko-fi.com/shenanigans. You did send it to me, but it was in private, and then it got buried under all the other messages, and I'm honestly just too lazy. I'm too lazy to scroll up. You did it. Winter did it too. There is a Winter did it, Jay did it, you did it. You all did it. I didn't input it right away, and that was my fault. But they got lost, so I'm gonna need it again. I'm so excited. I'm glad. I don't know why it's not working, and that's a real big bummerino to me. I don't quite understand. Default commands. Do the default commands work? Can you try exclamation command? We did it? What happened? What did it? Did it just not show up? Oh, you did. Oh, you dropped the link. You did drop the link. Why does cabbage taste good? I don't know. Preferences. We're gonna do a dark blue for the gills. The tummy is gonna be white, so a little bit into here, but I do want it to blend into here, so we're going to blend a little bit of this. Wow, this song is a little. Oh, channel the Dora cheer. We did it! We did it! We did it! Yay! What is this? Oh, fun. It's all good. Let's try the next one. There we go. I'm gonna go with blue because it connects to what will be the blahage. We're gonna try to go with very continuous lines. Everything okay, Beth? The teeth are gonna be white, so we can go ahead and use the gray here. Okay, let's see if I can get a pink going on in here for the tongue. I might be a little out of luck. I really just need colored pencils. I wonder where I put them. Did I put them in this drawer? I did not put them in that drawer, but I opened the drawer and the pink popped out, which is great. Sharpen it a bit. No need to apologize, Beth. It sounded like a time last night. Okay. All right, so looks like we're looking good. I'm gonna go to the other scene so that I can adjust the lighting again. Hello, we're back here. I'm gonna shut off the light table, bring this back, and we're gonna readjust the lighting. All right, let's see. Let's bump up brightness, because that's what I brought down. Maybe not. Maybe keep this here, and then pull up the exposure. Huh. I wonder why it does that when the brightness is not set to auto either. Well, I guess that works, because it's... What is it? Is it the white balance? No. Low light compensation? No. There's still something picking this up. Well, you know what? That's gonna have to do, unfortunately. It looks V-dark. I'm gonna be working with Mr. Shark. My hand is gonna be in the screen the whole time. There we go. Something like that. Something like that. My hand has to be in. Okay. I guess. I don't prefer either. Just whichever one you think you're going to be most active on is probably appropriate. No. That's fine, Beth. Whichever one you think is best is fine with me. Okay. So before we get going, let me see if turning on the... no, it's still doing it whenever my hand is in here. All right, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this off. And we're gonna re-tack it down. And then I'm gonna get water. And we're gonna go ahead and make this thing. Here we do have the sketch versus the line art. So I think I can show that real quick for the real quick before we go to BRB while I go get water and stuff like that. So we have here the sketch. And then when you do line art, a lot of the details and shading from the sketch, like you can see like in the eye, we have to take that away temporarily. And then the rest of it comes together. I did notice that I forgot to leave a little bit of a border here, but I did the same thing with Mr. Turtle. It's less evident here. But I do worry about how it'll end up looking over here. I could do like a light fade. Perhaps, just like I did here, I brought the colors out. And that way it'll look consistent throughout the whole set. I do have like the little line art like going through here as well. So we'll see. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get that water. And I'll be right back, but don't go anywhere, okay? Alright, and we're back. David said, I'll be back in a bit. Gonna do some dishes. Sure, no problem, no problem. Sorry about that. Not quite sure what is going on with this. What is the matter? Mr. Shark, are you freaking out? What's happening here? Okay, let's try turning off the ring light. It's still doing it without the ring light. Sorry, fam. Camera can be a little finicky sometimes. Let's see. That's better. It's like not too overexposed. Okay, we're just gonna leave that up just in case. And let's go back. Lesson learned. I do not like stuffed crazy bread. You don't like the stuffed one? There we go. It's a little bit more focused. Excellent. Okay. Mr. Shark, what are we gonna put? No clouds allowed in the sky. I have the perfect washi tape for this, and this is actually why I truly bought the washi tape. Is I wanted to customize it per each. Today's washi tape, we have teal washi tape with clouds, which is basically perfect for this piece. Well, it happens, May. We're gonna go ahead and put it all around. And now it just feels like it's too dark. I don't know what's going on. What is this? But now it's not. It's too dark whenever my hand is not in the shot, but for the most part. It's super cute. I think it's the first time I've ever shown it to all of you. We have Tia here, ready for a little munch. Snip. Okay. We're gonna reference Mr. Turtle here. Just so I can see the edge. I don't know why, but I'm having such a hard time, like... You know what it is? I'm doing white against white, so it's hard to tell the backing here. Let me take this real quick. Where's that gray I usually have? Missing lots of stuff, but we're gonna make do. Yeah, see, now I can tell a little bit better what I'm doing. Because I can see through the washi tape. Do you see how that's easier? Yeah, it's fine. The only unfortunate thing is it just doesn't look good on the camera, but I learned that I can't do white on white because it's gonna be hard to put the washi tape down. So noted. We'll figure that out for next time. I did see your comment about the cabbage. I said that I was glad you found a vegetable you like to eat. Yes, get on Nino Kuni. What level are you now? Let us know when you get to the point where you can join a kingdom, okay? For those of you who are watching and you're like, she plays Nino Kuni. I do, in fact, play Nino Kuni. I play a rogue and an engineer. It is one of the art pieces I will be working on as soon as I make a little bit more of a dent on... Oh boy, okay. It's gonna cut into the braid, that sucks. Okay, well... It's because it is part of a set. We need to make sure that the borders are consistent. But we'll do something like stylistically. A lot of it too could be like the seasonings that your mom used in the soup and stuff like that, right? Wow, look how nice and bright this is. Oh, we'll probably have to readjust the lighting because of the brown background as opposed to the white background. Or maybe I can just turn on my ring light. There we go. Huh. Okay. That's gonna look so cute. I'm super excited already. All right. Let me go ahead and put my line art stuff away, which were the colored pencils. Can you still hear me over the music? Is the music still at a good space, May? Or is it too loud right now? La 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 la. Diamond art, that's fun. yeah, doing things for fun is really important for your mental health. It doesn't necessarily have to be monetized or, shoved into a gig economy. I think that like doing things for the sake of actual enjoyment, whether you're good at it or not, or whether it's monetized or not, is something that like, our generation has not been able to do as often. And I think it's because, survivability. You kind of like, if you are good at something, you might as well monetize it because everything's so expensive. But you do lose a lot of moments for yourself when you do things like that. Everything's good? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. That song was just like really loud. Okay. So, first of all, let's start with our lightest. And our lightest are the yellows. Actually, first of all, we need to do the frisk. What areas of Mr. Shark do I want to keep the white of the paper? We need to do the eye to maintain that highlight, and also parts of the cloud. So let's see what we got with the cloud bit. This is my reference for the cloud. Here, we'll scooch this over just a little bit. Everyone was like, what do you do for your free time? And you're like, what free time? Yeah, no, I feel that. Sometimes, like, writing it all out on a schedule and, like, kind of seeing it out on a chart. Like, wow, this is how much time I've actually set for myself. It either makes you schedule things you actually enjoy during the times you're working, or figuring out a way to have that balance, because your mental health is going to suffer if you don't do things for yourself. It's not really an option to not balance it well. And that's coming from someone like me who's like super busy. But I chose, well, this lifestyle kind of fell into my lap, but I chose a profession I genuinely enjoyed, so that every single time I was at work, even if I was stressed, I was having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, the cloud bit. Frisk you can also dilute and put on cheap, because if you put this on your expensive brushes, you're gonna ruin them. But yeah, I'm glad that you decided to pick up Ni no Kuni again, or a game that you can do with your friends, because that means you're making time for yourself again. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do the teeth here. I want to make sure these teeth stay white. These are big enough that I don't really need to frisk, but this part I'm mostly just like putting down, so just in case it doesn't have to do with any of that. So what I'm putting down is just a liquid resist called Frisk. It's liquid latex. When it starts to dry, it's going to look kind of like this area here. This one's very thick. The thicker you lay it down, the longer it's going to take to dry. So even though I did the eye bit first, because it's very puddly and very, like, a large portion that is covered in latex, it's going to take longer for that latex to dry there. So because this is thinner, it's going to dry first, even though I laid it second. Okay, now are there any other parts in here I would like to lighten? Let's take a look at the Peppa gif. Not really. I think everything else, like, really I want to keep things super white if I have like a very contrasted area, if it's something that's truly white, like the teeth, or something I want to make shiny or highlight. And the ribbon, it's not a shiny ribbon, it's a fabric ribbon, so we're not gonna do that. And I sometimes do that in the hair, but what I'm gonna do with the hair is I'm going to go with the lightest color and then let that dry. And then we're gonna work into our darks from there. Now we're pretty much in a predicament where we just gotta sit tight and wait. If I were to paint with this before it's ready, again, it's going to get on my really nice brushes. I'm gonna be a super sad bean. I suppose I can spend this time to kind of troubleshoot or to think ahead of what I'm going to do with what's underneath the washi tape, because this part of the braid is going to get lost to it. But if I take into consideration Mr. Turtle's, it's a very light green across, so we could do like the edge isn't just a straight white, just like more opaque. I think the key with this is to make it consistent throughout, because it is a set. No clouds allowed in the sky. No clouds allowed in the sky. Bruno walks in with a mischievous grin. Hi, David. Welcome back. You missed out on the frisking. I'm currently just waiting for the frisk to dry. Well, you know what? Maybe this is a good time to go do that, because I was actually going to go grab some tea or something, because we're literally just waiting for frisk to dry. I can't really do anything right now. I just figured that looking at it a little bit more up close would show some of the pretty features of the washi tape and stuff like that. We did get frisky while you were away. I was explaining what frisk is, laying it down. So I put frisk on the teeth. You can kind of tell where it's shiny. And also this little highlight in the eye to make the eye pop later. A lot of watercolor is thinking in layers, what you have to do first and building up, as opposed to, you know, digital. Digital, there's still a lot of layers, but it's not like you're painting straight onto it, because you literally have layers. You can drag and drop them. It's a little bit more forgiving. I think this part is dry, but that's literally just like, I'm gonna color it gray. So it's like whatever. Right now I'm kind of thinking like, what am I gonna do for the background itself? So there's parts like these fins got cut off. But if we maintain the border, having it be like a lighter blue. So if I were to take like water and pull it down like consistently all the way through, then like this would hopefully it would work that way. I don't know. GG's on the dishes, David. Yes. I can't figure out why the only thing bugging me right now is even though Stream Element sees that I am live, what if I just refresh this page? Yeah, it sees I'm live. I don't think it's something I turn on. It's not like Noxbot. And all of these are enabled. Everyone has access to them. So I don't know what's up. Maybe it just doesn't want to work today. Thank you, says David. You know, they're dry. So let's go ahead and do the thing. So I'm gonna find a color palette. Nice. I'm gonna work on Peppa's hair. So I want it to have a nice shine to it. But in order to do that, we're gonna have to test out the colors before I put it straight on. So you remember this one where I was like, oh, I totally botched it, I hate it, but it's like right in the middle of the paper. So it's like a waste of the entirety of the paper. Well, this is where we can give this paper some new life. So I'm just gonna snip a little bit of this watercolor paper to make a strip. And now we have a test strip. Excellent, yes. Wow, 45-minute convo with my boss. Oh my gosh. Everything good? These are the paintbrushes I use. Winsor & Newton Series 7. I don't know if y'all can see that. There it is. So as I'm looking at this GIF, this is a very dark lighting. So I almost want to get a different image of Peppa and put it in. Let's go ahead and yeah, we're gonna have the reference here, so I'm just gonna keep that one pretty clean. Peppa. We're gonna save this screenshot. And I'm gonna ploop it down here. Excellent. There we go. I found that it's important to have a visual of what I'm referencing. Alright. Honestly, the brightest highlights of Peppa I see are actually like yellow. Oh, that is not water. That is not paint water. That is my tea. Not paint water. So, but it's like all warm, kind of like red. I'm not sure if I have that color here. Let me test this one out. This is a good color for the headband, actually. And now that I look closer to it, it has a nice embroidery on the side. So, while I wasn't planning on coloring the ribbon right now, I might just do the ribbon first. Yeah, it's a really good color for the ribbon, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. This is my first time testing out the Faber-Castell waterproof over watercolor over those markers. Whoa, that's so cool. It's not fading or anything. I think that's super awesome. Love that. I'm gonna put another stream marker here. How cute. Ate, don't use your tea. I'm trying, May May. Alright. JK, thank you for looking out. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna test another shade. Ooh, that's nice. That wasn't what I was expecting. Sometimes the pigments dry in a different way and appear a different way. That's nice. No clouds allowed in the sky. Bruno walks in with a mischievous grin. Are you telling the story or am I? Oh, did they think I'm not listening anymore? Here we go. While it's still wet, because I do want the gradient from this, I'm just gonna tap in and saturate the paper in areas that I want it to be more saturated. Sometimes the charm of watercolor is also kind of the white of the paper, or like how translucent or transparent it can be. So in places that I actually want highlighted, I'm actually gonna not saturate or let that part of the paper soak it up, so that it kind of like does a little natural blend. That's up to you, May. I mean, if money is tight, I would always try to, you know, go and look for the ones that you actually have. I think that would be more beneficial to you, in my opinion. Okay. This is more of the red of the Peppa's hair, actually. And this just looks straight up brown, but this is like red. But like if you do it light enough, it looks like the highlights that you see in the reference. Interesting. This is why we use test paper. Okay, so kind of the same thing that I was going for the for this here. This is also still a little bit wet, so I'm gonna be super careful not to get too close to it and kind of leave a little bit of a natural margin. That's also why colored pencils work really well with watercolors as well. What the heck? Get that out. Get out of there. Who are you? Please leave. Okay. They work really well because you don't want, it kind of creates a natural barrier between the watercolor itself if you're a little impatient like me. So right now I'm laying down the entirety of the hair flat as a highlight, and I'll be going back in and adding more shades and stuff after the fact. But usually when you do digital art, we do like a baseline. We do a base flat. My base flat is actually my highlight when I do traditional, so it's a little bit different. It's a little too saturated here for now. I'm gonna pull it up just a little bit, because actually if I look at this, this is the back part of the head anyways, so it won't hurt. But right now I'm just trying to focus on having like that consistency. So funny. I feel like this is one of the most random things on YouTube right now. But, you know, it's all good in the neighborhood. People want Encanto mashup with IKEA Shark. Here you are. I made the content. It's the rule of the internet. It probably exists. Are you interested in doing any of the ones that you bought before? Or have those, like, just, did you just lose interest in those? Because another thing, too, is, like, art expression. If you're not, like, into what you're doing, you're not gonna, like, enjoy it, you know? You're level 10? I forget what the level is that you, can join a kingdom. If you are, just look up CVLT, and I'll go ahead and approve that when I can. Okay, so if you ever get to the point where your brush is starting to cover too much area, it's time to switch brushes. And that's kind of where I'm at, is that this little tiny braid, the brush I'm using is too big for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and just use this much, much smaller one. This one is now, yeah, this one's just super small now. There are even ones that are smaller than this one for super, super detail work. What did I do? Why do you love me? What did I do? A little further along, I think. I think so. Oh, you're gonna design a tote bag for your sister's birthday shower? Nice. so for this one, I think I'm going to use the same color, but a little bit less water. And I want it to be a gradient, so I'm gonna work while it's still wet, so I gotta work fast. I also have to consider the shape of these locks. They're gonna be different than my typical anime ones, so I can't just go straight across. It's gonna have a little bit more like bits and bobs, so there's gonna be more highlight in between each ones. So now I act as if that layer underneath is the quote-unquote white of my paper, which is what you'll hear a lot of watercolor artists talk about. Oh, games? That sounds about right. What kind of games are you thinking? Oh, Peppa's hair is coming along. So for the braid, a lot of it is this middle part is gonna have a lot more depth to it because it's bunched up and pulled together. I'm gonna pull some more water and then drag across and then work from there. Now I'm gonna look at the lines I actually made and kind of poke around it and build up shapes. So some of the highlights are gonna have different shapes themselves based off of the lock of the hair that I built here. So I'm poking around to bring the color around. Right here next to the washi tape, I'm being very heavy with the saturation so that when we do make it opaque here, there'll be more of a clean edge and distinction on that. So I'm intentionally being a little bit heavy right here. When it's still wet, you can go in, dry off your brush, and pull up the pigment and dab it onto your napkin or whatever you're using to dry your brush in between. Pin the tail on the donkey, but baby style, pin the tail on the baby. Guess the baby. Oh, guess the baby food is a really, really fun one. are you? We're talking about tote bags and games. May is in charge of doing games for baby shower, I think. It's a blahage Peppa. It is very specific content we have going on today. It's super specific. I don't know what to tell you. You're sleepy. Is it almost time for a napperle? Okay, so while that is drying, we can't really do the blahage portion of it yet, but we can do the mouth. We can do the eye. Let's try the eye. Let me see Mr. Shark's eye. Mr. Shark is with Marcus. I think Mr. Shark's eye is a little bit... Oh, that is red. Not like that. How about this one? That is still very red. We're in like the red greens. Interesting. I want like a nice... Yeah, that's the one. It's still pretty red. We've frisked over here. I want this to be like an undertone. You know those browns that feel a little red sometimes? That's this. But we just want it like very subtle. Very exciting. I found that some of the art materials that I use actually work really, really well with watercolor. This is a marker that's like waterproof, that's not a Sharpie, and has like a calligraphy brush. Lots of fun. Alright, let's see if we can find some actual browns. I think it's gonna be in a different palette, unfortunately. So I'm gonna switch out palettes really quick off scene. Which also gives this time to dry. Okay, we got the blues. I'm gonna set this aside for later. I think blue is gonna be one of the last things that we do. Everybody's saying hello in the chat. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, now we have a lot of reds and oranges here. And some browns at the top, but we'll double check those. I think what I'm gonna end up doing is combining that with a creamy white. It's called Chinese white. I don't know why, but that's what it's called. To make a creamy pink. So oftentimes like watercolor artists will say white is useless. What they mean by that is if you're going to try to say, for me, paint on the white and put it on here, it's not going to be very effective. But it still has its use. There's a reason why it is here, and it's so that you can make creamier colors. You're mixing them, right? I'm gonna hide Peppa really quick to show you something with the palettes. So your lids of your palettes are actually going to, they have these little divots. Its feature is to use for mixing paints and to be very specific with it. So while this looks dirty, that's actually one of the features of it, without putting color straight onto your palette and ruining how pure it is. You're gonna pick up your paint. You're gonna put it onto here. You're gonna pull as much as you need. And then before going into the palette for the red and making that palette a little bit more pink, I'm going to drain off using this little lip here as much pigment as I can to save that paint. I'm gonna wash my brush, dry it. I'm gonna use my test strip to make sure it's truly clean. It is. And then I'm going to go in and choose the red that I want. And then mix it in here slowly. It's really, really easy to, it only takes a little bit of pigment to change a very light one. Okay? What's in your purse? Oh, yeah, that's cute. I would totally, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to do that one either. But you know your family, if you know most of them has, they'll have something to hold things on. Maybe something in their pockets. Or they just won't play that game. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, it's really, really easy to change up light pigment, especially with something so saturated like red or blue. Red or blue are one of the most saturated colors, actually. So, but I want to make sure that I'm using the same one when I'm, because I want the inside of this mouth to be a shadow of like the tongue, right? So what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to use the same batch here, soak it up, make sure I layer it as much as I can, because get as much use of this pigment. Let it settle in. So in this case, I want it to be a very distinct kind of like quote-unquote cell shade as opposed to like a blended style inside of the mouth. I'm coloring over the teeth because there's that that latex, that frisk that we put on there. So underneath that, even though I've gone over it multiple times, it's protected underneath, and Mr. Shark's teeth are gonna be a nice pearly white. Bye, Beth. You go and do your hashtag adulting. Good luck with your spare tire. Jay, I was called an old man because I use a phone case wallet for cards and IDs. What? I love those. I mean, those are like high risk, high reward. Like you consolidate everything so you're only carrying your phone and you're like traveling lightweight and you don't have to like carry so much. But if you lose your phone, you lose everything. Oh, Eric's out for the night. Is Eric back to work? How is he doing? Is he feeling much, much better? I hope so. Okay, so I still have some of this pink here. So now I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna add some more of that red using just a teeny tiny bit, but using the other one as a base. See how much that changed already? That's huge, changed a lot. This brush is too big for this small space that I want. So I'm going to put this brush away for now. I'm gonna clean it really well, dry it, make sure there's no pigment on it. Shape my brush to a nice point and then put it away. And instead, I'm going to go ahead and use the smaller brush that I was using for like this area. That's a little bit more appropriate of a size for me to be very specific with the inside of the mouth. I think also this palette that had the black and white has the browns as well, so I'll set that to my right. So that I can fix that eye. That eye has a very like warm undertone to it, a little bit red, which is what I'm looking for Mr. Shark's eye. I don't know why, but all of our plushies have kind of like this like really warm red undertone to them. now that it's dry, I can go ahead and pull this in here. And we're gonna layer it over. We might even need to make it a little bit darker, actually. Yeah, just a little bit. Oh, that's too much. That's just red. So we're gonna try to salvage this by just poking in here and testing it over here. There we go. There it is. Don't be afraid of contrast if you're trying to go for something that shows depth. Yeah, the auto feature is really handy. We use that the most with grinding. There's gonna be some parts that would benefit you in Ni no Kuni if you just don't. Wow, Mr. Shark looks like he had a snack, but that's not what we're going for. I'm just trying to get the shading of the tongue underneath by using a slightly different red to make it seem a little bit different. I'm using water now to kind of soften that because I do want the tongue to be blended. There we go. And I managed to pop a highlight over here right next to that contrasting line. And so even though while we were doing it, it was looking a little sketch, we've gotten it to the point where it starts to dry and you can see the clear separation inside of the mouth. The frisk actually makes it look like it kind of pops a little bit, which is super interesting to me. All right, okay. Now we're gonna bring up another palette on the side. Oh, Summer Associates. That's so interesting. The chomps. Yeah, it looked a little bit like Mr. Shark was going on a little meal rampage, but that was not the case. I'm kind of curious about some of these browns that we have here. I don't think they're quite what we're looking for, but we will see. These are exactly what we're looking for. It just looks like a whole bunch of different variations of black, but they're actually brown. So to keep him from looking he's got Bobo eyes, we're now going to put the layer of brown up top. Like so. Which still maintains the color of the undertone, so that when I pull up the pigment here, there's still of that like warm redness that helps complement the colors, but doesn't like necessarily whatchamacallit, just make it like it's not mixing it together. Like, but Angie, why don't you just mix it together? It has a different effect when you do it like this. What do I have? I have the cat? What do you mean? Oh, the mount. Yes, everybody gets the cat. In game, they give you that cat. And then you can also dye them when they're 6 stars. It takes a lot to do that. I'm not even at that point yet, but I'm thinking of dyeing my cat like the Team Cat, like some blacks and whites. We have a cat here. His name's Jazz Cat. And he's a long-haired, fluffy tuxedo kitty. I want to be a cat and nap all day. Right, Nicole? Are you looking at Duchess? Is Duchess being cute? Is that even a question? When is Duchess not cute? Duchess is just a baby. Just a baby. Okay, we're gonna shade this top part here. Wow, yeah, I really like how I did that mouth. But see how the outline is a little bit softer than if I were to do, what's it called? Pen. That's what I was looking for. That's the word. Pen. No clouds allowed in the sky. Oh, Peppa with your, this is a good color for your bags. Ugh. Aesthetic. Just like the Ni no Kuni legendary costume pull. Dark circles. Beautiful. You're beautiful. And she also has like eyeshadow. She's just a raccoon. Raccoon shark. Let's go ahead and pull some of this down. as the shading in the eye. We're gonna use a lot of water, make it very translucent. Just want it to be kind of subtle. And then we'll build up the lashes on our blush. She is a baby. I'll sleep next to you all day. What a good baby. She's just a baby. Now, this is going to be 3 layers. So I'm letting this dry so that when I put the lashes on top of it, the lashes don't mix into it. And that can stay just the eyeshadow. And then I have to wait for the lashes to dry. And then I'm going to go over... I don't know, I kind of like this one a lot, but I'm going to go over the bottom part where it's like the bags are kind of showing. And that's going to be... I'm going to go over it with blue, so it still has the like bagginess to it. And when that's done, I'll go over and add a little bit more of a, perhaps like a colored pencil bit, and add the little like flap of skin for the under eye. While we're here, we can color that. I'm gonna bring back the other brush actually. And I'm going to color the rain cloud. Yes, perfect. We're gonna start light and go darker. There is Frisk here, so that's gonna stay the white of the paper. It's a cloud, so I'm gonna do some dabbing motions. Dab, dab, dab. You telling the story of mine. So yeah, there is actually a full like embroidered. It's an embroidered bow. I'm gonna use a brown colored pencil because it's not having as much contrast as I'd like. And I'd like the border of the bow to be a little bit more clear instead of just being like, oh, could it be, you know, shading or something? And I'm like, no, it's quite literally the edge. Cool. All right, I think we're gonna add the blue. We're gonna come back to this because we're gonna need to, I'll do the lashes last. I think I want to be Jello the doggy. You want to be your pupperoonie. I think we all want to be our pets. That's a good sign because that means you're taking care of your pupperinos. If you ever had a moment where you're like, I don't want to be my pet, That's a really, like, poor life to live. It's almost like, why are you making your pet suffer then? Why would you even think that? Okay. Y'all be good pet parents. May asking, how is Duchess? I'm gonna go for a bigger brush. Because it's a lot of surface area. And I don't want it to be streaky. I want it to be like consistent with the blue that I choose. I'm feeling perhaps this blue might be Blahage blue. What if your pup is a nervous being? That's different. I'm talking about people who are saying like, I wouldn't want to be my dog. They live a terrible life. Like their circumstances are terrible. I'm like, well then that just means that you're not taking care of your pet. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't want to be them because they are an anxious being is like different. Because I've met people who are like, yeah, their circumstances are like, whoo. Like they're out in the cold or they'll like, and they start listing it off and I'm like, so stop doing that. Like they are alive. Duchess is a good baby, living her best sleeping life. How's Jello? He's a baby. Yeah, there's differences, methinks. Oh, here comes the blue Blahage. I gotta work fast over here, unfortunately, and the music stopped. Oh my gosh, why are you stopping? Yes, continue watching. Okay. Here we go. I don't want it to dry. Okay, great. Whew. Like, you know who has control over their living circumstances? You, the owner. And sometimes it's, it's different when it's like they really love them. They would give them a better life if they could, but they feel bad because they actually financially can't. That's totally different. But I know some people who are like, they're fine, but they're just like, oh yeah, they're outside and it's just so cold. And I'm like, what? Now some dogs, it also depends on the breed of the dog. Some dogs like being outside and thrive in that, they but if they're wanting to come in, that's just my thing. Some doggos have a very, what's it called, thick fur. Like out in the snow. Or, are dogs that would be in that kind of environment naturally. Like Siberian Huskies, take for example. That's always kind of hilarious when they're like, oh my god, your dog is suffering outside in the cold. It's like, my dog is a husky and I have to fight them to bring them in. Mr. Shark looks so tired. It's the circles. Okay, we got the flats. Now we gotta think about shaping Mr. Shark. So usually part where I paused earlier to grab the music again. Is a little lighter than the others. So we're gonna go in and just even out the color really quick. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Blue Hush. May has Jello. Nicole's asking. Okay, so we're going for a shading. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna do glaze of this slightly more saturated lighter blue. Yeah, that gives a much nicer tone to it. Mr. Shark cosplay. Ooh, running water. Alright, we got the flat. So just like what I wanted to do with the dark circle. He's being jello. Likes me being home right now. Aw, babies! People with their pets, just like with them like lying down, is just so cute. I have to say, I wasn't quite envisioning this to be my, probably something like this would be my cover photo that we choose. I wasn't quite expecting that. This is a... yeah, this is a prompt. I want to add a little bit more depth around the gills. And that one doesn't have to be cel shaded, so I'm gonna quote unquote the aesthetic of cel shading. So let me just go ahead and go over these real quick like that. Shark. Alright, I am going to use a different brush. One slightly smaller, like a liner brush. This isn't actually technically a liner brush, but you know. bit more round. I was cuddling him in front of my friend and she was like, I love how he's just laying there. Does Jello enjoy it though? Or is he just like, this is my life? I would imagine, I mean, Jello's a doggy. I would imagine he likes the snugglies. Also other things that cast shadows. This little section over here by the hair. Aww. What a good Jello. What a good puppy. How old is Jello now? Okay, let's go back to the blacks and the grays. Let's put that aside for now. He's 6. They grow up so fast. This is the reds. I don't need the reds anymore. Yeah, I don't need the reds. There we go. We got Peppa up here, so I can move that off to the side. Interesting. Okay. I want to go in and add another layer to the hair as well. But while we're here, we need to do the tummy and we can touch up that cloud. I'm gonna follow the shading. Is he a full grown or is he miniature size? So small. They stay puppy size 5 ever. Okay. That's actually super simplistic. Let's see. As it looks like rain. The question is, what do we do for the color background? Mr. Shark is already so blue. Well, their color palette is supposed to be very, warm. So if we go like a warm sunset, because the blue really stands out here, right? Maybe do some like, yeah, some like orangey sunset tones to bring that kind of like back. Oh no! I accidentally dropped water on here. Oh god. Just gonna very gently smooth that out. Don't let the water droplets sit too long on pigmented area. It acts like an eraser. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Gotta bring back some of that warmth. And would you look at that? This is actually taking us all the way until 3. So fascinating. I want to get that warm glow kind of feel. So I'm using a lot of yellow first. And I'm going to go in with some like reds so that it blends into a nice orange. So I want to be clear, I put red down, but that just became literally like orange. We gotta add a little bit of sky color in there, or it's gonna just look like Mr. Fire's on Mr. Shark is on fire, which is not the case. Maybe some purple. Because it'll be the reds mixing in with the, what's this? Oh, we have the browns. I'm gonna let that dry, because I don't want it to just be like, what's it called? A mush of brown. So the little bit of like sky gradient we got going on, even though I want to put in like maybe some purples and stuff, it'll help determine what we're actually doing there. And so while I'm here, I'm going to use my smaller brush to add some dimension into Peppa's hair. Let me just double check that these are actually the colors I'm looking for on this right here. Yeah. Sorry if I'm quiet. I'm trying to like focus on the hair texture here because I haven't done this before, and I do want to give it like my best effort while I'm learning. I need to figure out dinner after this. So cute. I think we might actually have gotten the one request done like this week. I think it was a perfect time period for it. I don't know, like watercolors are just so relaxing. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it the nice red. It seems like the more I'm adding like the detail in the hair, the more I feel like the blue is just so overpowering in the cool tones, but it's not like I couldn't not make Mr. Shark blue. And the sky, the sunset sky is actually helping like balance that out a little bit. So maybe I'll just keep it as is. All right. Yeah, I'm actually pretty okay with just how this turned out. I'm gonna wait for that to dry. So in the meantime, I'm going to start doing some brush care, because after this, we're taking out the gummy, and then like, if this plan works out, just bringing out a little bit of the color from the piece itself onto the white borders. I'm pretty sure this is like one of the few places you're going to see the content of a Blahaj shark as something else. Maybe not. Maybe if I Google it, there's like a whole bunch. You never know, especially with like Encanto. But we did it here live on YouTube. Okay, there's some areas that are still wet. use my gummy eraser. And we're gonna go at it. We're gonna pick off all of the frisk that we put on earlier. Just by kind of rubbing it off with a little bit of friction. And then we're gonna go in and touch up some finer details. See those sparkling white teeth? I almost feel like it was giving Mr. Shark some like whitening treatment for his for the teeth. That's so funny. Look at that, they're so white. Look at them chompers. Okay, let's do the eye highlight now. Beautiful. The clouds. Oh yeah, look at that nice rain cloud. Wowie zowie. Alright, we're gonna take the detail brush, the really small one, and we're gonna do some touch-ups. I'm just like wetting some areas that are a little jagged and then like going in and kind of spreading the paint from there. Look at them chompers. And then that's where I can go in and take some of the colored pencil. Just redefining some of those areas. Don't worry, we're gonna add the lashes. Level 10 to 14, I knew it, I knew it. You're getting up there. Aw, Nicole with the heart emote, so cute. Okay. I actually have a pen line. Oop. I have a pen liner from Copic. And I think that'll be really helpful in like these areas of the braid where I want it to just be slightly darker but not black. To help show a little bit more texture. Okay, alright. Alright, Peppa, let me see. Peppa's got lashes on the bottom. And Peppa's got lashes up top. That one I'm gonna use with paint, though. Alright, where is my brown? Not the brown, the reddish brown for the hair. It's this one. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna test this out. That is a good color. I'm gonna use a test paper to also flatten my points and get rid of excess paint. There's only like, it like kind of like flares in at a point here. Oh yes. And then I said I was going to add the extra, like, underbag and colored pencil. So I'm gonna do just that. Peppa Shark. Not quite Peppa Pig, but it is a Peppa Shark. Okay. So that looks all dry. I think we're gonna go ahead and peel the tape. Oh, look at that nice clean peel with the washi tape. Well, the thing is I was big dumb and I carried over the line art all the way to the edge. But I did that with the first one too. So we're gonna try and make it like a set. But this washi tape worked really, really well, as you can see. Very gentle on the paper. If you're using washi tape as like a holding for like anything else, it's probably not gonna work very well. I could use the pop-out effect though. I kind of like this guy as it is. I don't know, it's up to David. I'm definitely gonna go in and color in the rest of the blahage. Oh. I changed the color. We love a good peel. That was so fast. Hold on. Why is it doing this? Oh, probably because it picked up the tape, and the tape was a dark color. So let's go ahead and readjust this real quick. Okay. Yeah? Oh, now you behave. Alright. So as you can see, there's this. So if we go ahead and continue to pull in the rest of those colors. I'm not going to use this one as much. We can do a little bit of like a pop-out effect while still coloring in what is necessary. We are going a little bit over in time, but I haven't decided what I want to eat yet, and this one is like literally, quite literally almost done. Okay. What do y'all suggest for food? We had an omelet this morning. I've had raviolis and dumplings. I had a rice bowl. Okay, so what we were going for was a more opaque color match to the outside. Like so. So far so good with the blue parts. That one's like kind of easy. You know what I mean? Like kind of like a faded effect. Okay. I don't think there's anything else I need to use here. So I'll put that away. Excellent. Good, good. That's 2 palettes out of 5 I have away. Because we're trying to match the effect of Mr. Turtle. Mac and cheese! That's nice. I like mac and cheese. I just need some gray. Luckily, the peel was so clean that it's really easy to just color in that alone and then make it have that kind of like effect, as long as I do it all the way around. I want mac and cheese, says David. Sorry, David. How are you liking Mr. Shark Peppa so far? No, this one's done. Skis for sure, skis. Don't mind me rummaging over here with all of my million things of paint. Ah, this one's gray. You love it? I'm glad you love it. Hello? Why did it change the lighting? Again. So strange. Oh, I see. Even if it's not on the OBS, if it's picking it up off camera, because I've trimmed this. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Ugh. Technology, am I right? Okay. Okay. Now we just gotta bloop a little bit more yellow oranges around. But make it opaque. So that means it's probably this last one I have over here. Macaroni and cheese. The blue box blues. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Interesting style. guess that's that. Let's take out Peppa, the reference, and let's put them side by side so you can see what we're going for. Whoa, hello. Puppet madrigals. So see how like this one was meant to look like a memory. Oh my god, what is up with the camera? Like, get it together. Let's see. Let me see if I can adjust the something here. Looks a little out of focus. Why is this clicked on every time? One moment, friends. There we go. It's a little bit more in focus. Yes. Wait, is Mr. Turtle supposed to be Bruno? Yeah. And then we have Mousy, who's the rat along his back. But Bruno, this one's gonna be literally like the only one not in color. Not in like one single monotone color, I guess. Because it's like future slave. He's gonna continue to be ostracized in this artwork. Poor Bruno. But yeah, there we have it, friends. The first two set of the requests from David to turn our puppet pals from Facebook Gaming into Encanto characters. I kind of love it. I'm not gonna lie. It's so funny. But rat so long is back. When he calls your name, it all fades. Mr. Fox would be... What did we say? Camilo. And then Crabigail is Julieta. Good questions all around. Good questions. Let's see. Wow, it looks so much nicer on the thumbnail than what I'm seeing on here. Maybe it's just a matter of like needing to see it from far away. Camilo. Yeah. I don't know why my chat box is doing this. Give me 1 second. Where it like replays everything when you switch scenes. Like everything. It's a little annoying. Well, actually, let's see if it does it when we go to the ending scene. It might just be that since I switched between FAQ, it does a little bit of a rewind. Mr. Fox says Camilo. It would be good. Alright, let's do a little test. Let's get an end scene, because it's time to say goodbye. Stream time is over, it's time to say goodbye. Yeah, raid. I'm like used to saying raid. I don't know how to raid on here. Yeah, stream time is over, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, Shenanigans Gang. Needed to get my storming request in, so gotta wait. Yep. Okay. So this is actually working how it's supposed to work. This is good. Yes, yes. That just means I have to figure out a spot for the post-it note to be in the FAQ scene, and then we should be all good to go skis. And I think I'll actually take out the chat bot in, or the text, yeah, the widget in the BRB. That was a lot. It was a little much. But that's why we're testing things out and trying things new. Next time on Shenanigans. Wait, hold on. Let me double check something. Desktop. We don't have a background in this one, right? Yeah, okay. Next time on Shenanigans is tonight. We are playing Mario Kart 8 from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Facebook Gaming. If you're not following it, it is fb.gg/shenanigans of Angie. Can I have a mod go ahead and put that link in chat just in case for people who might want to follow. We do Mario Kart 8 every single evening, not every single evening, but every Tuesday evening, and then every Wednesday morning, just to cover bases with the different time zones. And yes, May was bringing up badges. Swing. These badges are how you get the requests on the leaderboard to begin with. So if you join the Discord or you let me know on the stream what animal team you want to join. At the end of the month, we count out all the badges for all the engagement, all of the wins. And even if, you know, if you feel like you're not up to snuff or you're not great at Mario Kart or great at any of the other games we play, I also recognize people who try. So we do participation badges as well, but the the people who still win the matches, they still get a lot. So it's kind of like up to you whether it's, you know, just engagement over time. Some people who don't often take, you know, W's or dubs or wins, like because they show up consistently over time, they end up with a lot more badges than other people. And I think it's just a really nice way for me to thank the people who come by and support, not necessarily like monetarily, but engagement wise, your presence wise, because that also means a lot. And I know that sometimes art can be expensive or out of budget, and so if that's not something that you can do or not in your cards right now, being here and participating and sharing, you know, your time with me is so crucial and important. And I still want to be able to thank those people in some way, and this is my way of doing that. But no worries, if you want to order art, you can also still do that. So there's just a lot of different ways to interact with me, and I hope that, you know, I see you all later tonight. Take care. Let me see. Looks like David dropped the link in the chat. Excellent. I don't think the link show up on the widget, but I believe you should be able to see